Good morning, traders. Welcome to Non-Farm Payroll Friday. Quite a pop there on the news there at 8:30. What you're seeing on the screen here is George's drawings coming through to my screen as we use an indicator that we built called ChartCast. So if you are a subscriber of ChartCast, sometimes George will post as early as 7 o'clock in the morning, and we usually start the lines wherever he posts. So that one he actually posted about 6:15 this morning. So about an hour and a half later, it came up and hit that line, which is a short position, and it was a nice little trade there on both the ES and the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ is where the line was actually called. And he popped in Discord this morning and said, hey, just a little pre-market trade if you happen to catch it. Very nice little NQ short, which is pretty cool. And then, of course, the news popped. We do not trade news around here. We try to not play the 8:30 game, I should say. And you can see that when the news popped, it went up all the way through what we call a series of targets here. So this is first target, second target, and our rubber band is kind of what we call the bonus. So we expect it to get to the second target, and sometimes it makes it to the third, which is bonus money. And I'm just going to scroll to the right a little bit and see if he has other projections. Looks like he does. Oh, these are some big projections. So these must be much higher time frame projections. Yeah. Very cool. Okay, so right around 9 o'clock, George does market prep with our friend Keith. He's been trading with Keith for many years, and they will be doing market prep from 9 to 9:20, and then they pop out today at about 9:20, and they'll kind of explain what happened this morning, kind of what they're seeing. So hopefully we'll see that here shortly. I'm just answering a couple of Discord questions here. People are trying to figure out where the stream is because we're in our general channel today, so we can share with everybody. And we're not in the private trade room channel, so let me just send a couple of invites here. Okay, there we go. And a couple of things I like to do for my prep. I'm going to pull over our command center. So this is a website and can also actually run from your mobile phone. And I like to do my session prep. So this is my daily checklist. I can customize this list to be anything I want it to be basically, but we start you out with some pretty good pre-filled checklist items. In other words, did I review the overnight price action? I looked at all my higher time frame charts already this morning and checked economic calendar. So that actually is also already right over here on the right hand side. So we can see that we had all that 8:30 news. So we're good there. Market bias, obviously the market is heading higher. I don't have any open positions because around here we are flat by the time the market closes. I'm not actually going to be trading today since I'm running the room, so I'm going to skip a bunch of these. And another thing, mental checklist. Did I get enough sleep? Am I thinking straight? How did I do yesterday? If I have trades from yesterday, this is a test account, by the way. If I have trades from yesterday, they're right here, so I can kind of see at a high level how yesterday went. Maybe I want to forget that. And what are my intentions for the day? I want to stick to my plan. So that is inside of what we call Performance Lab. Just run through a couple things here while we're waiting on George to show up. So if I go into Performance Lab, it's like most journal tools that you've seen before, except it's pulling data from our software if you trade with it, which gives you a distinct advantage. And I forgot to stream to Discord. My poor buddies over there are like, hey, can't see your screen. We hear you talking. Thanks for the heads up there, Dennis. One of the other things that sets our trade room apart is because we don't have hundreds of traders, we kind of know each other, everybody knows each other, and we actually have an open mic, so people can drop in there and key up, which is really nice. And because of that, I should probably monitor the chat there too. Yeah, there we go. So you might ask, well, how do your trades get into this performance lab thing that we're showing here? This could be a 2-hour long demo, which we don't obviously have time for that, but just showing a little bit of the software eye candy. So this is our flagship product, EdgeMax, and you can use it in two modes. One is where you, the trader, decide I need to take a trade, and there's several ways to get into a trade. Or it can also be fully automated. So if you set up rules in advance, it can take trades for you. It's basically probably one of the most advanced chart traders that you'll ever see. So you got a couple of brackets here. I'm just going to place a fun little trade just to show you something here. So I'm in a trade right now, and if I go back to the Performance Lab, you'll see it actually is monitoring the website, and it could be your phone as well, is monitoring that strategy. So if I'm not quite in front of my machine or something like that, I have a good idea of what's going on with my strategy. I can actually click buttons inside an NinjaTrader from this website. So you'll see over here on the right, we have all sorts of buttons. I can move the trails, or I can move the stops, 50% closer. So if I was to click this button inside of NinjaTrader, you'd see the stop move to about here. But I'm actually going to click it from our website or simulating my mobile phone because I'm out to lunch with the wife. If I click that, you'll see it instantly connected to my NinjaTrader, found this button, and made that happen for me. So that's why we call that the command center. You really, really have a lot of power there. And then now that I'm in a trade, one of the things I really should do is come in and journal. I've been a user of journal tools for a very long time, and one of the things that happens is people use them for a couple of months, and then they fall off the bandwagon because honestly, it's really hard at the end of the day, especially at a rough trading day. Let's say you had, 8 trades, which might be a lot for somebody, and now at the end of the day, you've, given the market back a couple $100 and you got to go in and journal. So what we do is in EdgeMax, we literally have your journal right inside the NinjaTrader chart trader. So I can come in and say, what is the playbook here? Why am I taking this? Could be a rubber band counter trend. And if any of you are in our room, you'll know that that's one of the setups we take. So in that playbook, I can set up criteria. I can say, okay, well, these 3 things are supposed to happen, and I should probably make sure they're true, and I can go through and check those off. And then I have trade tags down here. You can customize this list as much as you want. I'm going to mark this one testing, so I know later that it was just a test trade. And pre-trade emotion, I could say, hey, I was kind of distracted because I was streaming to YouTube, and what's the market doing? Well, it's pretty much high volatility right now, and it's pre-market. And then the other thing I like to do is actually type English description here. Whatever happened in that trade. I was seeing this, I was seeing that, and that's why I took the trade. And the reason you want to do that is because at the end of the Performance Lab demo, so we're back over here in Performance Lab. At the end of that demo, now that Performance Lab has all your data, you can actually go into the AI coach and you can run analysis and say, hey, analyze my performance. And we have a very long, complicated prompt that we send to the AI agent for you. We package up your data and a lot of those comments that you're leaving for yourself. And basically, Performance Lab will come in and it'll basically say, hey, I did a analysis of your trading, and here's what I found. You're not really loosening your stops very much. You only had one trade out of 50. That's pretty dang good. The data shows a decrease in win rate for the trades when you do that of 0. So I loosened once in this test account and it didn't hurt me. But if it did, and this was something that was affecting my trading, I would instantly see that right here and it would say, hey, you might want to consider this. And you could see all the different things it goes through, your break even analysis, how good are your entries and exits. It's going to look for patterns in your data. It's going to look for tilt trading, revenge trading. So it's going to say, hey, tilt episodes accounted for $8,300 in losses. The win rate while you were tilting was literally 0. So this was probably me going in a demo and hitting a trade. It was a little loser, hitting another trade, hitting another trade. It's keeping track of that cool down period between trades. So that's how it came up with that analysis for this test account. And then every time you run it, it's going to try to give you 3 actionable recommendations. So, hey, introduce a cooldown. And it tells you why it wants you to do that. And it wants you to improve your realized R multiples. So when you put the trade on, EdgeMax knows where your targets were. And it also knows if you decided to move those targets in because you got a little anxious or, it's a psychology thing. Sometimes we just take our targets and hit close because we see a little bit of money. So. And then this is also saying, hey, by the way, you have a clear drop in performance when you're trading against the trend. Well, how does it know that? So if I go to the history of a trade here and I find one, let me find a trade where I did a lot of stuff. There we go. Here's one here. So this is, in a nutshell, the 1-minute version of all the data that's captured for a trade. Can see all that. I can see where my stops and targets were. Did they move throughout the trade? I can actually see a screenshot of every time there was an execution. So this was the entry. And this must be where it closed. So it was a big spike down with a... I was actually testing that day to see how well EdgeMax did when a market had a huge spike. But the original question was, how does it know I'm trading against the trend? Well, I went short. And what it's telling me here is the 1 minute was up, the 5, the 15, and the 60. So literally the market was going up pretty strong. And you can see these are the higher high, higher lows. So these are all the swing points. Without having to pull up 4 different charts, I know that that was a super strong market. And this test scenario was going short. So that's why it's, hey, don't do that. It'll also tell you things. Hey, in this trade, you widened your stop 4 times. Like you should consider not doing that. And then the same journaling that you saw in EdgeMax can also be done at the end of the day inside of Performance Lab. So, yeah, I think George is probably done with his prep. Let me take a peek over here. Yes, he is. There we go. Say that again. I missed that on YouTube. I'm used to hearing that good morning chant there.
Good morning. Good morning.
There we go. Okay, let me get
There we
your
go.
screen pulled up for you here.
Hey guys. Morning all. Um,
Morning, George.
Morning Ryan. How are you, sir?
I'm great this morning, bud.
Did you take that chart cast one this morning? Tell me you took it.
I was not at the chart early enough for that. Yeah,
Morning
I
Paul.
saw it.
Morning Dennis. It was a banger. It was a great start to the morning right there. Jonesy, how are you, sir? All right. So let's get into it, folks. We were hoping for some movement today on a Friday, seeing as we have an open house today. And we did have 8:30 news today, and we already got a lot of movement. So let's look and see what we have to look forward to here. We'll start with the NQ. As you can see, the current projections for the day are absolutely wild. They are really, really high up. Now, do they have to do all that today? Of course not. So we'll have to be pretty patient here at the start of the morning and see what they give us. So with the 8:30 news kicking off, and they already got through the entire first projection that we had chart casted this morning, they hit rubber bands and everything. So this was a big deal. We talked about it, what, yesterday, maybe even the day before. Yeah, right here. We talked about how that was a 825 was a pretty big decision point for the market to make. They hadn't actually gotten there yet, but it did look pretty inevitable that that's where they were headed. So they did do it. They did it here on the news. So that's done and over with. I think I actually had this posted also. If you guys 842 was just it's a point of interest. Again, you don't have to do anything with this. This is not a tradable level. Although this is the second time that we have seen the market pull back from the 842. What was the last time I posted that? It was way back here. Yep, on the 5th. So they haven't really left it yet. They're kind of dealing with it in its own time. So once again, you can't time the market. We're not trying to. We're just giving out what is there. So anyhow, start of the morning here, because we've already pushed through the whole first series. So if you're watching your chart cast, I posted this one in our general channel. I took this one short. Let me zoom in. Let me get rid of all that stuff to the upside for a second. So I posted in our chart cast and I put it in the general channel. But I took this one short from the hurdle back to the decision point. So this was a great pre-news trade. And then again, it did push through the decision point by a bit, but not nearly enough. And then, yeah, news took us all the way up into and through that series of targets that we had posted at like 6:40 this morning. So boom, just took some news to get there. What do we say? News takes you to the targets. All right. So for now, there's not a lot to talk about because we do need to let this market kind of figure out its next move. They've reached the first major target up here at that 825. So if they want to push any higher, they're going to have to let us know. So that's a little bit of a bummer on a Friday on the open house because, as we typically do here in the room, once we've already achieved a certain series of targets, we just got to sit on our hands for a little bit and see what they give us next. So that's what's going to end up happening here for the start of this morning. ES, this is what's promising. Still, we had talked about where was it? Here it is, way up here. We talked about the market reaching the 78.25. That still looks like where they're headed. Let me double check myself. Yes, they are still where they're trying to get to, but in that process, the current first target up is at 77.91, 820. That'll put you within just shooting distance, obviously, of the 25. And then after that, we've got a rubber band up here at 849. So this one, I believe, let me double check. Oh yeah, I didn't post it yet. At 845. So it's starting to get a little congested up here, but at 845, we talked about this one a few days ago as well. That one is, you guys remember this, right? We were talking about kind of the size of some of these series and these moves. And I had mentioned that there's no bigger projection. Well, this rubber band here, there literally is no bigger projection that exists in the market. So if they reach this, it's not to say they can't go through it. It's such a big deal. They can certainly go through this 845. So just don't try to just immediately counter trend this one, I guess is my point. We know it's the end of a major series, but it's not one that you want to play around with because of how big it is. So I want to just make that clear that if we get up there, This is not something you mess with too much. Not to mention you got another rubber band about 5 points past that. So that's where we're at now. As far as getting there, this is what I'm kind of waiting on. So we'd like to see some kind of pullback, as always, for just better price. But we're going to just sit on our hands, rely on the market, and wait for it to give us something worth doing. As of right now, they do have to prove themselves out. For those of you that are watching who are not familiar with this, don't worry about all this. This is for the room folks. They know what to do with this information. They've been trained on it. But we are approaching a second target here as of right now. So they do have to prove themselves out back below second and first targets. The one that, of course, looks like it has the higher level of weight to it right now is the first target. It's down at previous 9:30 open from yesterday. So you can happily take a stab at it there as the more conservative. And our second target is, as always, as the more of a nominal approach. If we stay here, if we don't close much below, say 57, giving it just a little bit of space, then we should get back up to 772. And that we'll see if that changes. It might be like 771. So that's kind of first step. So 57 roughly to 71. That'll be our first start to the day. And we'll take it from there. NQ. I'm looking at the NQ here to see if they're giving any hints or clues just yet.
Order filled.
Nothing yet. Nothing yet.
That order filled y'all just heard on YouTube. That was that demo trade I was taking. That wasn't anything that somebody would be doing in the room right now. I don't want to confuse anybody.
I did not hear anything.
Yeah, it would only be on YouTube that would hear it. I was showing them. I was showing them Edge Max basically, and I placed a short, and the targets were basically back where the news started. We know it likes to do that sometimes, not always, but get these big spikes, and then it just ends up right back where it started.
Yep, so true.
I'm actually going to close out of that trade now, so it's not being
order filled.
Okay, order filled, and that one will be done. I don't want to confuse people that might be watching on YouTube, so.
Yeah, for anybody else who's not familiar with our room, there's quite a bit of sitting around that we'll do until the market provides really good, high quality information. Until such time, it's just not worth doing much at all.
And I did want to clarify when George says they, a lot of new people are like, who does he mean by they? He's been reading price action for so many years. They is just the market as a whole, kind of
yes,
where it's moving. So there's not a secret guy in a closet anywhere.
Do have a closet. It's nice.
And it's right back to where it started on the ES for news.
Mm-hmm. All right, so this will be very telling as we start the morning off with here, folks. We got about 10 seconds. Watch again this spot right here around 53. If they can hold, again, that's first target of the previous series. So if they hold that, then we should get a bounce to at least 71. If they cannot, we'll sink further. And Q hasn't really given any info, so yeah, just kind of waiting on it. And sometimes you have to play one market off the other just because of the structure. That was POC, so timing wise, that actually works out pretty well. It's pretty aggressive though on the NQ. Again, 71 is what it's actually 71 quarter would be first target, as long as we again maintain the 70, or sorry, the 53 within, again, just relative range, a few points. After that, if they can push through the 71 quarter, then they would simply just go back and retest the previous high that they made at the news. So you can just use that as second target. After that, it would be expected high. And then, of course, first official target at the 91. I say that's a little challenging. I would think for them to do that in one shot, but hey, if the market's strong, and we'll do it.
And for our new friends, the POC high, mid one, and expected high you see on the screen, that is our core indicator. And it plays in a lot to George's levels. There's sometimes a lot of confluences. He might have some targets that happen to line up with one of those, and we kind of treat it a little more seriously when that happens. We also use them for interim targets. So if the targets are way far away and you need to scale out, it's usually a good idea to scale at a core level.
If you did get in at the POC on the NQ, your first target's the rubber band from that previous move. So this is all they've done thus far. We've just come back into this same exact series from this morning. So definitely be taken off right here about 8:11 as your first target on the NQ, folks. You can time it actually pretty well with the ES, depending upon if it gets back to that 771. Go, baby, go. Get it. Boom. 8:11. Cha-ching. Thank you very much. So no magic here. We're just using the 53 from that first target. Aiming for 71. And again, they'd have to push through that 71 quarter. Like I said, this is subject to change because we got to wait and see. But nevertheless, if you're in at 53, it makes no difference. And then 86 half would be that rubber band of that move. And then, yeah, like I said, be real careful. Not careful. Do not counter trend the 86 half today, folks. Because if we actually continue to hold 53, get through 71, they're gonna go hit 91. Like that's basically a shoe-in. And then you'd be in the next whole series, which, as we say all the time, counter trending the first target of any series is just a bad idea. All right, we got a little mixed market here going on. NQ got to our 8:11, but ES is lagging behind. So nothing's broken yet. So if you're in it around the 53, I just keep holding. You can take a little off if you want the super conservative right here at the kids. So that would just be an ultra conservative exit at 65. But the official targets are already posted. All right, this will be a nice little retest for it. If we can get to the 57 and hold this time, again, within just a few ticks, that'll be very telling of the strength of the market.
For those on YouTube, I'm going to switch to my screen real quick, and you're going to see all those drawings that George is making. They're just literally popping up on my screen. And that is
Yeah, Bob built a freaking phenomenal chart cast system. It is so nice.
It's funny, I actually built that for my dad. He was trying to follow George, and he was kind of squinting at the screen, trying to figure out where George's bubbles were because he wanted them on his own chart. And I said, there's got to be a better way. So that's where that came from.
Again, this is all hinging on that 53, so don't need to give it a lot of space. And we didn't hold the 57 that time so far. So again, that's kind of the hint. 53 is the important one, but if it held 57, that would have been a lot cleaner. A lot easier to follow. And back to POC, it's still the same on the NQ. You can hit it again. Within reason, I would obviously take into account the furthering wick down here at 685. But POC is still a legit long for the same target. Do it again. All right. So again, 811's first target. After that, it's well, it gets congested here, folks. Obviously, you shouldn't complain too much of any one of these, but 825 would be a reasonable expectation if it gets past the 811 this time. Otherwise, you can just utilize the same pop that they made this morning because they would have to break this guy. So around 865, 866. They'd have to re-break that if they really want to take this thing into the ether, like they've kind of got it projected to do anyway. So that would certainly be step one in their process. '53 is holding.
Yeah, ES is behaving. It's bounced between the first target and the rubber band now a couple times.
Twice.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll get to 71 this time. No danger.
Not going to do it till you
Got a
say go.
fly flying around my room. It's driving me nuts.
You got to say go, baby, go, or it's not going to go.
Oh, sorry. Go, baby, go.
There we go. There we go.
Here it comes.
Okay.
There we go. Just get a little 10-point wick here.
See, we got
again, the same thing is true. The kids are still the most absolute conservative. If you need a little earlier takeoff, I mean, even that is a 12-point trade, folks. So totally legit. It's all right. I think I cut you off.
No, you're good. I was going to say I see some people coming in on YouTube. So if you have questions, just pop them in the chat. I'm trying to monitor over there as well as our Discord. So.
A3X asks, good morning. How do you decide if they hold 53? Well, I have a ton of money. And so I just put a bunch of orders in order to stop the market. No, just kidding. The decisions are all based off of pure price action consideration. So if you, how do you phrase it? It's just chart reading. So it's taken me, it took me 10 years of really just chart reading to understand market movement. And then it kind of got a little more refined with, one thing after another. And then the one thing I felt like I was missing after I could still read a chart pretty well, one thing I was missing was the core. And so after being introduced into the core levels, which what Bob was saying is like the the POCs and the high mid ones. Like you can just see what happened right there on the NQ. Like before I had the core, it was I was a bit hazy as to why would the market stop there and not just achieve the price action target at the 825. So it was really cool to have gotten the core. This was what, about 4 years ago, something like that. Got the core, and it really just filled in a ton of gaps as to why the market just sometimes picked these spots that were just slightly ahead of or just slightly after what price action was saying. Um, so yeah, but 53, I guess, to answer the question, it was a previous target up. So we had this series here in the ES. You can kind of see target one was at 53, target two was at 58, the rubber band was at 60, like 2.5. So that's the previous series. If you don't know the series, then you wouldn't know to look for it, right? So they all play into one another over time, and they don't really give up their how would you phrase that? You don't give up their relevance until after something substantially breaks. And so since nothing has substantially broken, it's still a relevant level. So when the market pushes through a rubber band of a current series and it's able to get above it, that's one thing. So what you'll often see the market do is it'll come back to retest those exact same targets all over again. Now, how does it work when it blows through a rubber band is that we use those as a aggressive approach to continue going up, a nominal approach to going up, or a more conservative approach to still going up. So price action determined the targets, just like price action has determined these current series of targets starting at 71 quarter. And we'll see where they come into play later if they get through the rubber bands. That's always the big question. Market's just a giant if then kind of a up and down system. If they can get, like, I'm not so bold as to say that this market will absolutely do anything. What we do know is we're using prior market data to help us take the higher probability entries and exits. Boy, that was long-winded. I hope that helped.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a pretty detailed answer. I think the question he was asking if they hold. Basically, I've been following George now for 2 years, and the cool thing about George is he lets the market show its hand. What's it going to do? Like literally, if they hold means let's see what it does. If they hold, then I'm pretty confident we're going back up to that green rubber band. And
Right.
one of the things you'll realize, everybody does an hour session with George. It's a free session. You even get to do it. Looks like this is going to go up to where he was talking about, but you even get to do the
Of
free
course it
session.
is.
Yeah, you get to do the free session even if you're on a trial. But one of the things he'll talk about is your risk management. So if it did not hold to 53, you're never giving it more than probably 5 points. Everybody's different.
Yeah.
So you could be wrong on that, and it doesn't really matter because as you're going to see if you watch our daily recap videos, we're not here to get 5 points out of the NASDAQ or
Nope.
ES and 10 points out of the NASDAQ. A lot of our trades on the ES are 10, 20, 30, and sometimes 40 points. So
Yeah, like I just pulled that one out of the NQ a minute ago. That was what, 70. That was a 111 point move I just closed out of earlier at the start of the morning. So yeah, to Bob's point.
and obviously the NQ, you don't give it 5 point stop. It's more,
No.
the price of the underlying asset is 4 times more. So for me, it's 5 points, and the ES is about 20 in the NASDAQ. Everybody
20,
has,
yeah, 25.
everybody
Yeah.
has their own number. But again, if you're winning 100 and when you're wrong, you're only losing 25, you don't even
There we
have to.
go.
Yeah, baby.
Boom.
You don't even have to be right half the
First target.
time. Yeah. Look at that. Nice.
71. Ta-da. Now it becomes an if then again, folks. See, it's just a repeating thing. It's just over and over and over. So now the question is, like I said earlier, can they get through the 71? Well, you don't know, but you also don't care because you got in at 53. okay, great. So if I got in at 53, I already took profit. So that's, a whole series of contracts that are taken off. I just took off another whole series here because I got back to the 811. So I don't really care. And I just hold. If it gets there, it gets there. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Because if it doesn't get there and it does eventually break our 53, I still profited, what is that? 17 points. So yay. Now, if I hold the 57, here we go. Come on. Hold the 57 this time. Make it clean. Make it easy. Same thing is still true on the E or an NQ.
And we all have our own trading plans. For me, at this point, when it's already paid 3 times, I personally am kind of like, okay, I'm going to let this next one go. And I've learned to be okay if it does bounce again and I miss it. It's okay. There's been a couple of days where I've seen this stupid thing bounce between his levels 5 times in a row. It's pretty crazy.
Yep.
But yeah, we want to see it. We want to see it.
Good.
We want to see it stair step up now. It's hard to see that POC back there, but it's sitting there at 57. So that's, we're trying to see it not keep testing that low, and then that will be the springboard to maybe get to the rest of these targets.
Yep. That's the plan. So that way you kind of also, what Bob was saying, you don't take like massive risk. But if you didn't take the first trade, right, at 53, you're kind of left holding this emotional baggage of FOMO because I've already, like I said before, we've already taken profit from 53 back to 71. So I've already taken out. If you're not already 17 points positive, you're in a bit of a situation where you're going to maybe have more FOMO than the next person. The next person's like, I'll try the next trade again because I'm already 17 points up. Now, if I lose 5 points, I'll just stop trading. I'm still 12 points up. Things are okay. Do it a third time. Come on. Let's do this. Oh, man. I might break my record from 2 days ago.
Funny observation. A lot of rooms really depend on those days where the market just takes off and keeps going, and they're trying to scalp here and there on the way up. And our system actually does pretty good in a chop. If you stand back for a second, we are literally almost 20 points into this open, and the Nasdaq hasn't moved more than 100 points. It's just, and you're seeing on the screen, boom, in out, and they're not scalps. They're 10-point trades and 100-point trades. So.
Yep.
And actually, there are some days where the stupid market just takes off, and George will come on at 9:20. He's like, hey, I have a feeling this is one of those days where it might just go without us. It's okay. Don't chase it. And it happens, And,
Yep. I was very fearful of that actually happening today. After the 8:30 news, I was just like, man, on an open house day, really? It's just nothing. I was just worried it was going to be anything to talk about.
Yeah, well, too bad you weren't open, when the market used the news to come down to your hurdle mark.
Yeah, that was perfect. That was right there. Bam. So again, we post, for those who don't know, I draw my lines in our chartcast system, so it's pushing out to everybody's screen, and I start the line at the time that I'm actually finding the information from the market. So we knew this hurdle. So one, we knew the decision point. That's the most important thing to kind of start the move with. We knew the decision point at about 7:05, at about the same time we knew the hurdle. So if you look back on the ES, it already broke through that decision point. It already made that call. So you just have to kind of look to your left a little bit and recognize like, oh, market already made the decision point. Then it had already made the next major decision, which was to get through the hurdle. Great. Then it had already achieved first target and not quite second target. So this is fine. So long as we don't break here, so this is what we're looking for. As long as we don't break this 42, all is well. Things are fine. no panic, no issues, no problems. So you can put a buy in basically right here with the, and again, you're not trying to time the market. It's like, it's a price, it's a level that they've already set in place. That's all you got to worry about. So you just put a buy here and say, well, if it comes back and gets me, great. Or you can take the more aggressive position and you can put a buy here at the hurdle for the exact same reasons. What you're doing is you're just committing to a slightly more aggressive entry. So you're talking the distance between 42.75 and 47. So that's a 5-point spread, which is certainly at the top end of what I would consider, the risk that you would want to take if you're jumping in here. So if that's at the high end of your risk, I just tell people then just do like one micro here, and then maybe hold it for 7 or 8 points, because then it'd be a full blown break, below here, and at that point, like it's broken. It's clearly not coming back. Fine. That way, it's not a huge loss. I mean, what is that? Five? It's $35, right? So worth the trade for $35 to get from the hurdle up to the rubber band, which is that's 14. So yeah, you're risking 7 for 14. 2-1, man. Great. It's a great trade. Do it again. Dun dun dun. Come on. It'll get the 825 this time. Yeah, it's you guys saw that dip on this last two candles on the ES has really done a fantastic job of holding the 57. So we had our 53. We're starting to get our stair step pattern. We're doing good, folks. We're doing good. So this is the huge difference between us and I think pretty much every trade room I've ever seen or heard of. We're telling you where the market's going ahead of time so that you can actually gauge a true risk reward. I'm not putting too much just general speculation on things. Like, the market provides this information, so don't fight it. Just, if that's what they're saying they want to do, then just go with it. Go with it.
Over on YouTube, I dropped the link to our Discord. We have a free Discord community. Just click that link and come over. If you happen to do that today and want to talk to George, we're in the general voice channel, so feel free to pop in there and type a question in, or now that things are slowing down a little bit, you could always key up the mic too, introduce yourself, and ask your question.
What time is it? You have any news at 10? I don't think so today.
No, there was somebody speaking.
Oh, Arkin speaking. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So again, the 71 quarter key level, right? We still got to get through it. If not, then that can obviously, it's the same thing we were saying before. We're just stuck in this small range between 53 and 71 quarter. Buy low, sell high. Okay. If we're buying at 53, I'm taking off at 71, no matter what. Great. And then we just wait. If or until it breaks 53, it's not worth. Don't let go of your trade. Keep holding. It's like that. What's that fish? Just keep.
Dory, just
What is
keep
that?
swimming.
Dory.
Just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Yeah, just don't let go of your trade. You're doing fine. 53 is holding. 57 held, in fact, which is even better. So we've shown like a higher low. Man, they must have exhausted themselves early with that spike up, because this is low. Hello.
Since it's slow, I'm going to bring up for YouTube our new add-in for NinjaTrader. This comes along with if you are a subscriber to the Performance Lab, but it's basically we call it the precision market context. So in one screen here, I can see the NQ and the ES, and there's just a ton of data here. I'm looking at 4 different time frames, the 1, 5, 15, and 60-minute time frame. I can see the swing structure, higher highs, higher lows. I can actually see the last couple of candles and how they play in with each other. I can see that the ES is still kind of mixed from a higher time frame, but the NQ is aligned up. The NQ also only has an ADX of 16 right now, which obviously if you look at the chart, yep, we're kind of just chopping, which is what we said a few minutes ago.
All right, we got a minor has to hold at 48 quarter, 77, 48 quarter. So for those who are unfamiliar with that, we're saying the market, because we hadn't gotten, so this is it. We haven't gotten through the 71 quarter. Okay, fine. Because of that, they're going to come back and retest 53. Same thing, like it has to break 53. But now they're showing that they could go a little bit lower. So 48 quarter would be our next key area that we're watching for it to hold. And there's a couple different approaches to that. One, you can just step out in front of it. Or two, what we coach and teach on is you step over to like a 1-minute chart and you see whether or not you actually get a turn. And of course, I actually coach more specifically on what that turn should look like in full context. Yeah, I would look at it kind of as a slight zone, probably 47.75. So just, it's like 1 tick. Okay. I was just looking back because we had the hurdle from this morning. So it's a 1 tick range right there. So once again, it's minor. So the way that we view that is you really don't have to give those a lot of space. Just, 3 points max. Still watching the 53 though. It's got to close, not a wick, a full body closure below 53. That is a must.
And that's why George uses the 5-minute, because it really has to prove itself under. I personally trade on the 1-minute, but I have to watch George's 5 to see if those candles do close. Couple interesting points about ChartCast as well. We just recently allowed you to follow the micro contract, and even though George is drawing on the mini, it will actually show up on your micro chart, and it does account for the fact that you might be using a completely different time frame. So if you're using 15-minute bars, it's still going to put the drawings precisely where they need to be, even though George is drawing on a 5-minute chart. So.
All right. So be aware here, folks. If that minor has to hold breaks, they do have targets to the downside. Again, this is all being kind of predicated by the fact that the 71 quarter, they couldn't get above it. So that was our first big thing of the day. So 35.75 would be first target down if we break this minor has to hold. 28 quarter. Whoa. Second target. So this is what we're saying. We're projecting this stuff out ahead of time so that you're prepared. 28 quarter. And then sometimes it just takes some training and refinement to find your best edge on how to enter. 77, 27.5. NQ, not given much more info just yet. We're waiting on, oh no, it does. Here we go. First target 557. Sorry, when you're dealing with 2 markets simultaneously. 557, 557. Where are you at? Here we go. So right there is perfect example. NQ, I tried it a couple times, picked up a little over 200 points. I've been stopped out now at the 10 o'clock candle for about 20 points. So I'm still about 190 points up. So I don't care. 502.
And the ES just silently bounced again off first target back to the rubber band. Just in case you
Yep.
missed that, that trade paid a 4 time. I personally, like I said, I don't usually do number 4, but it paid today.
Yep, 53 back to rubber band. Ta-da. So that's where it's like just again, it's so important to have all these levels. Then you have to figure out how do you as a trader want to interact with them. And we just coach on that to help people one take the least number of entries as possible. I say about 2 to 3 a day because you should be hitting it from, pretty good key sort of outskirt levels. Like always let the market come to you. Please never, ever, ever chase the market. You get just destroyed. Got some good confluency going on down here on the ES. Second target right at expected low. So we'll see where the NQ is. Like I'm not shorting this, for instance. This is an example. If I was going to short this thing, then I would have done it from the 71 quarter because I'm acknowledging, just as I'm telling the room, that we have to get through here. Well, if I have to get through there, then you would short it. Would I actually short that today? Absolutely not. Because it's a pretty bullish market that they set out this morning to say we clearly want to go up. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the hurdle. NQ hurdle. Hang on one second. I'm getting sidetracked. Sorry. Hang on. I'm looking for it. 643. Sorry, guys. And gals. What was I saying? Oh, good confluency on the ES expected low next to second target. So it'd be great if the NQ can get certainly closer to its expected low / rubber band before I would be super comfortable trying to take it long again.
And the reason George was apologizing, some people play that hurdle counter trend,
Yep.
so a bounce back off of it, that would have been a 50-point trade.
Yep. 42 back to POC. Yep. Sorry, guys.
I will say that was the hurdle counter trend is a advanced one. Not many people take it, but I know some of the guys freaking take money off that one all the time. I was saying before
key
George came
takeaway
on.
for YouTubers is just to say, like, do these guys like mark stuff on the chart that the market respects? That's the big takeaway today for people just viewing it for the first time.
Yeah, I was saying before you came on, one of the advantages we don't have hundreds of traders in here, and most of the traders are pretty seasoned people. I think we have very, very few like brand new traders. We just don't attract that crowd, which means when you come in and you can key up the mic and get to know the other people in the room, just know you're in the company of a pretty good group of people, which is great. And trading is a lonely business. I was doing a support call with somebody the other day, and I keyed up my webcam, and they're like, "Oh man, it's so cool to actually see another trader." I'm like, "Yeah, it's a lonely business. It really is."
So 684 on the ES would be that decision point. So if you want to wait for a retest here for the lower targets. You'll have to give that some wiggle room, folks. You got POC just above you on the NQ. Yeah, maybe even try to stagger in some trades.
Connection lost.
This is good. We're going to get a deeper retracement than I thought we were going to get. I was very scared that we were just going to go straight up today. Like, don't do it. And here comes our retest of the decision point on the NQ. ES is a bit more vague. I'm looking. You could time the ES with the NQ right here. That's about the best you're going to get. Again, we're trying to go short now because we did break the 53. So just for everybody else's clarity.
That's amazing.
And first thing you'd be aiming for would be the minor has to hold still because they do have to break that. And then after that would be targets. Go ahead.
I would say it's amazing. Your decision point short on the NQ literally sitting right where the POC is on ES. It's not a coincidence.
Nope. Yeah, we use the timing of the markets often enough to say, look, one's reaching a very key level, and the other one's not either far away from it or maybe it's missing some information. So it's not. It's funny, Bob. Actually, I fought Bob on trading the NQ for a while. I just don't like it. But when I realized, like, I just need to trade the NQ in micros, get out of the minis. I can still do minis on the ES. That's fine. But the micros, I'm like, yeah, that's more palatable because I can handle these. I mean, you come from the ES world, like if that thing moved 5 to 7 points against me, I'm out.
Right.
To have this market now, like it can wick 50 points and still recover what is the key level.
Right. If you are
I'm
short,
like, that's insane.
If you're short that NQ decision point, you're taking something off here at the hurdle. That was a nice little nice little trade. Yep. Nice little scale out.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Hey, good morning, George.
Bobby.
How are you, Bob? So
good. How are you?
I would like to thank you, everyone on the stream, those who tuned into YouTube, all my friends, James, Pradeep, Raghu, and all those friends who have not joined. They have missed a lot. They have missed a great learning today. So thank you, George. Thank you, Bob, for having all my friends in the Discord and having all of my, friends on YouTube. So, I just want to say, everyone, like I joined this room 3 weeks ago, and I am, now more consistent than anything, and I'm not blowing accounts, at least. As we all know, from last almost 2 years, we all are together, and we have, blown so many accounts. But with this room, with this kind of mentorship from George and Bob, you know, I have achieved something which I haven't from so many months and so much of, going here and there, and kind of mentorship George you give and support we get from Bob is priceless. I mean, the kind of prize you guys are giving this for is, it's just recovered in one trade. And
Thanks, Bobby.
I'm just telling everyone that I got 43 accounts now, and I am on a way to pass all of those accounts and get a huge payout soon with George and Bob. And thank you everyone again for joining the YouTube stream and listening to me, and coming to the Discord. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just want to let everybody know that was not a paid advertisement, but it sure was a good one. Thank you.
All right. I was like, thanks, Bobby.
No.
It's not a paid. Everyone's not a paid.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, George. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, like, from the time when you were not doing well to now, how many entries have I kind of helped you take per day versus what you were doing?
Sure. So earlier, the first day I joined, I was not listening to George. I was just taking trades again here and there because that's my mindset from where I came in. And after 2 weeks, after you told me do some back testing on playback, after so many other things you have taught me in last 3 weeks, I can't imagine my mindset has changed a lot. And now for today, I just had only 3 trades on MES.
Perfect.
I'm not even doing MNQ. As I told you, like, NQ is like crazy for me. I cannot handle that. So he told
Yeah.
me just stay on ES for a year or two
Yep.
and start building your portfolio and then go. So I traded ES. I just took only like 4 trades today until now since open, and I'm up like $300 on just three to four MES.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
And we don't. And I appreciate Pavi saying obviously what he made. You'll never hear me tell you guys what I make. I talk about everything in points. And the reason I do that is because it should become, that's really what the focus should be. It shouldn't be the money. It's taking it from here to there, from here to there. How many points is that? How many points am I risking to get those points? It's all points based. So I don't mind people sharing what they make. That's fine. But you're never, ever, ever going to hear me tell you what I make.
Thank you, George. I'll also keep that in mind. So I'll explain that in points next time.
Well, the reason
And
I
everyone,
do it is because
yeah,
it's the mentality of, like, I want you to scale up to the next series of contracts. I want you to go from 2 or 3 to 20 or 30. Okay. In order to do that, you
yeah,
have to have the mindset that says that I can handle a 5 point drawdown. I can handle whatever it is on the NQ, a 30 point drawdown, right? And that's really where your focus becomes. It's not about what the dollar amount is. At the end of the
got it.
day, you'll be like right now, I'm already, like I said, I'm up. No, now I think I'm about to hit first target. So I'll be up. What is this? 84. I'll be up over 380 points here on the NQ in just a moment once we hit first target. So that's the idea, is like go from here to there, from here to there, from here to there. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yep. So thank you, George. I'll also keep that in mind. To I'm also trying to. Earlier, I was like scalping 2, 3, 4 points on ES, and this rubber band and this miner has to hold all these hurdles. They're helping me, extend my targets to a lot bigger move. Like the last one, I just had 5 MES, and I held it till 71 when we had the POC bounce going on, and I closed like I had 5, and then I closed like 4, and I let one just as a runner. I'm still learning to hold it for a longer period of time, but today I got a very nice bounce from 57 to 71 just on one MES. But I'm happy about it. That slowly I'm learning and I'm getting there where you want me to be. So that's
That's awesome.
the kind of mentorship you give me, and I'm really thankful to you for that.
Yep, you're welcome.
And if you were short that NQ, I mean the NQ decision point, you needed to take another one off there at that first bubble, which we call the first target. I didn't want to interrupt the great conversation, but
Oh yeah, you should be fine. We're still not there yet. We haven't actually got first target, so
it was really close.
we'll still get there. It'll go.
And one of the things you'll hear in our free
We're fine.
training videos, you hear us talk a lot about we kind of put the targets just short of the bubbles because Mr. Market likes to mess around and not actually hit it to the tick. I'm sure nobody's ever experienced that before, but
Yeah, right.
me personally, if I was trading today, I would have taken one off already, even though it didn't technically hit the target.
Well, and what we use as confluencies of markets sometimes, the ES is still really far from its first target. So we're doing okay. Doing all right. Plus, I'm waiting for mine to get out here in a second. Yeah, it'll be 387 points so far this morning. And really what is kind of a market.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is Chop City for scalpers. I can guarantee you they're getting wrecked right now.
And that's kind of the huge difference, folks. Do we draw targets out in the future that the market gets to? That's it. And then do you understand the pullback? That's kind of the next level. So today, if you're just tuning in, did we draw it in the future? Did it get there? Cool. Second, how did I actually get into that trade with as little drawdown as possible? Like our room knew, without me saying it in like such specific terms, they knew that they were waiting for that retest of the decision point. And sure enough, market came right back up, tested the decision, and went on down. Now, the hurdle is the more aggressive entry because they've already used the decision point once. It's not to say they can't. So that's kind of the other end of that coin. They can use it again. They can go back to 84, but I would, I'm not gonna guess, right? Facts are facts. They can go back to 84. 43 is now simply the more aggressive. Period. End of story. There we go. There's our retest of the hurdle.
Palmer had a question. He was asking about the new Blue Wave VPS. I think the question is the smallest server that is offered is about $79 a month. Would it work for Ninja? I have actually used the smallest server because that is what they gave me to configure. So the advantage of our VPS solution is when you purchase it, it already comes with NinjaTrader installed and EdgeMax. So that's one of the nice features. But yes, I was able to play around with that test server for about a week. And I wouldn't say that you would want to run it on like multiple 6 screens like I do, or run, 10 different automated strategies at a time. But if you're just chart trading and maybe running 1 or 2 strategies, that smallest server is probably just fine. And right now, since we just launched the partnership, there's a little special going on. Your first month, I believe, is 60% off. So I'll put a link in the chat if anybody wants to explore that.
Yep, great question.
Now, in order for me to get to chat, I gotta mess with the stream just a smidge here. Sorry. There we go.
So 53 is still going to be pretty darn important here, folks, on the ES. They're messing around with it, kind of above, below, above, below. So ideally, we've already gotten a pretty decent closure below it. So what we're needing at this point is that if they're gonna commit to those downside targets, they need to get back below the 53, then go back up, retest our 53 again, and drop from there. So yeah, timing wise, they're not being super clear. So same deal. You can use the ES entry right here at the NQ retest of the decision point if you want. There we go. There's our retest. And again, we got POC just above us. Please don't forget that. Still kind of that same, like, give it some space.
That overshoot on the ES of the miner has to hold literally was 4.75. So my 5-point stop would have been okay today if I was trading.
What I was looking at, Bob, is how, like the psychology of things, right? So that decision point, right? You would have placed an entry just a little bit out in front of it to get into it. And yet we were so high up in this move, I would have thought there's no way they're coming back to pick me up. Yet,
right.
There they are, coming back to pick you up at the decision point.
Yep. It's another unique aspect of our room. You can have somebody thinking longs today and make money, and literally another person in our room with a short bias, and both can make money off these levels. It's quite amazing how that happens some days.
Yeah, slower moving markets for sure.
And that guest speaker you all are hearing is Ryan. He's one of the OG guys. He comes to our training. We have a free training. It's open to everybody, even if you're not in the room yet. We usually have it open. There's a free training every Monday night at 7:45 New York time in the evening, and it's really interactive. And Ryan brings some of the best questions and gets us all thinking and kind of crafting our skill just a little bit more. So if for some reason you have a day job and you can't be here at 9 o'clock for the next couple of weeks, come pop into one of those evening trainings. You can get your questions answered there. But if you like what you saw today, we do have a 7-day free trial. We make sure to do 7 days. That way you get a full 5 days of trading in there. So you don't have to wait till Monday to sign up. You can literally sign up at any time today, and you can sit with us in the actual trade room all week next week. And George will do his best to get a DM to you in Discord and try to get you to sit down and do an hour-long session with him, which is absolutely free as well. So please take advantage of all that. I'll put a link in the YouTube chat here in a second.
All right, folks. So they've, of course, gone above the 9:30 open, below the 9:30 open. So we're chopping around. Just chopping around. Well, they made the very first part of the morning super easy. And we're kind of back into indecision period. So what you gonna do? So these are key moments in the market too, when things start breaking both to the top side and the downside, and there's not maybe some super clear, well, not a lot of clarity. Just don't do much. Again, we're not looking for every movement of every candle in every direction. That's crazy talk. So unless we clear back above, they're going to officially get first target this time. 71 quarter, same thing. Still got to clear that. That's imperative. Thank you very much. All right, 71 quarter. Carrying on. Same deal. Same targets, especially the 91 quarter. So to Bob's point, they did wick our minor has to hold, but really at its absolute max that I would ever recommend somebody holding against that minor has to hold. Absolute max.
4.75. If
Yep.
stop sitting at 5. You know, they always say golf is a game of inches and trading is a game. Trading is a game of ticks. Holy crap! You know, it's
Sometimes.
it's amazing.
Yeah, George, we all already had this on ES. We all already had the decision point sitting at 42, and it just went back a point
Yes.
away from that, and we had an expected low. So yesterday you told me to
Mhm.
turn on the all those core levels, right? So I
Mhm.
didn't took a trade on minor has told. I was waiting for it to come to expected low or the decision point, but
Yep.
missed by one entry again. Again, missed that learning of having staggered order. You
Ooh,
know,
okay.
told me a few days ago. Every day I miss that, but from Monday I'm gonna make sure I follow that properly.
And Poppy, that's a perfect point. That decision point over there on the left at like 7 a.m. You know, the targets were hit for those. So once
Yep.
those targets are hit, that becomes a has to hold. So that's a very good point you just made. That,
Yep.
Exactly. I
yeah,
wish George had that line extended all the way to the end. So now what I did is I clicked that line and I pressed F6 on
yep,
Ninja. So I have a line going all the way to the end. So I know there is because I was watching 1 minute chart and
nice.
I somehow I was not watching that line and then went it up. I was like, why it bounced from here? We had expected low, but then I saw this decision point. I said, oh my God, I missed
Yep.
that 20-point move. Look at now, 42 to 76, almost
Yep.
34 points. Crazy.
Yeah. I had to jump back on board late on that one because I was with Bob. It's like, well, it did hold it within, I mean, again, max limit of what we talk about in the room, but it got back above the 53, which is what I kept referencing. Like, that one's so
Yeah.
important. It got back above
Yeah.
it. So be it. All right. Well, it is what it is, man.
Exactly.
You know, Poppy,
Yeah. Don't
you
argue.
paid us nice compliments earlier, but I have to say I don't think I've seen somebody get up to speed as quickly as you have in 3 weeks. So you're obviously putting
Yeah.
in time and effort and study too. So it's
Yep.
two-way street. Yep.
Uh, yeah, I would always give that credit to George because you said we get one-on-one call. Since nobody's speaking anything in the Discord room, I feel like this is my opportunity, to keep bothering George. Should I take trade here? Should I take this? Should I take that? And George always like, okay, where are you trying to go? He was always say, first you decide when you're getting into a trade, where are you trying to go? If
Yep.
you don't know where you're trying to go, just stop. And that's what I'm trying to learn from George. And I
Yep.
am so blessed that when I enter room, nobody's talking in the room, and I have full access to George. I can have a one-on-one call every day for hours and hours, not just 1 hour. I can have hours and hours. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm excited about this. Thank you, George.
You're welcome. Yeah. Good call on your exit there, Bob. Just barely missed that first
Yep.
target by like a couple points. I ended up taking it out when it got back above hurdle. So it's still a trade. Like I guess that's also something worth noting is that even though I took it short from the 84, I took profit at the hurdle and I held for the anticipation of them getting to that first target, which it only just barely missed it. But then I put my stop just back above hurdle. So nevertheless, all my contracts were still 84 to 45. So it's still a 40-point move, between that space. So it's things you just have to learn over time.
I'm
The
going to.
key takeaway still is like the levels.
I need to step away for a second. My battery's dying in my headset, so I need to grab another battery. I'll be back shortly.
Anybody else have any questions? Anything we need to clarify? Looks like NQ looks like it broke through the decision and retested it. Would we be long biased now? Yes. Yep. Yeah, because you're saying ES. Oh, NQ, sorry. Yeah, it broke the decision here at the 684, which is what we were referencing. You could have given, I'd said earlier, you needed to give it some space because you had POC just above it. So you need to give it a little bit of room, but not an absolute ton. So now we want to see if the market provides another good, solid set of information here. Yeah, if they bring it back down again, that'd be fine. It actually helps get a better entry. We gotta find it first. Yeah. Gotta put our patient pants on again. We're back to really stuff we were discussing this morning. All the same targets. Yeah, most aggressive attempt to go up again is in an interesting spot. It's at 673. So I would be cautious. I'd flip over to your 1 minute, look for the turn. Simply because they're not racing to the top side. But I'm still looking for a pullback, of course. So 673 on the ENQ. You can I'll mark it here on the chart as most aggressive. So if you choose that, please flip over to your 1 minute. And see if you get the turn. Little confirmation, not a terrible thing. It's just another thing we go over in the room quite a lot is always waiting for a better price, better pullbacks. And occasionally it will go without us. It happens. Yes, still kind of waiting. Not a lot of new information yet, but we did get second target. So that's awesome. And it looks like most aggressive on the ES would be at 77.5475. 54.75. And for those that are unfamiliar, seeing this for the first time, aggressive means exactly what it sounds like. Which is nice that we have the level. And that's really the more important aspect of the aggressives. Typically, you can also lean on that later in the day. Let's say they come back down here and they just simply don't use it. They blow right through the aggressive. That's fine. We obviously teach a little bit of refinement on the 1 minute chart to help people like get some clarity around the entries anyway. But if it blows through here, all is well. You're going to end up using that later in the day because it's someplace that if the market goes lower, that they're going to have to get back above and recover. So if they give us a lower entry, which they'll tell us, they'll lay it out exactly where that entry should be. But if they give us a lower entry and they start climbing, they get above aggressive, and you've still got contracts running. As soon as they clear that aggressive, I mean, just take your hands off your mouse and just let that sucker run. So it becomes a very, very good thing to have to understand and use later, even if it doesn't hold it the first go around.
There was a question. You might have answered it. I'm not sure.
I did. Yep.
You did. Okay,
The
perfect.
decision point one.
Yep.
Okay. They shifted it, folks, on the NQ. So 628. 628, 628. Same deal. It's still aggressive. Still something you'd want to watch on a 1 minute chart for the turn. Oh, that's what I was going to add, Bob, to my trade rules in the Edge Max. Not trade rules necessarily, but one of the things I get to click is was this an entry based off of a 1 minute confirmation or stepping out in front of it?
Oh yeah, that's good. Like a trade tag.
Yeah. Trade tag. Thank you. Yep. I was like, oh, that's what I was literally like, that's what I was thinking about yesterday. I need to add that to my trade tags
Nice.
and like start tracking. Yeah, like which ones are working better for me. It'd be nuts to see these things both reach aggressive at the same time. All right. So they did. We're going to take this one off, folks, on the ES. They technically held the miner has to hold. Again, although it was at the absolute max end of what we teach, it did technically hold it. which is kind of funny. Like, I don't know, some trade rooms, like if you got that right by, I've seen them. Like, man, did you nail it within 10 points? That's amazing. Like, we're trying not to go that far out. That being said, we do have a ask to hold down here at 77.3175. 31.75. Please be aware that that's past the expected low in the 3 a.m. bar, folks. And similar on the NQ, we've got has to hold down here at 29.499. 499. That would be awesome.
Just to clarify, those would be long trades,
Yes, they would.
and you would be getting the best possible price. Like if you get in at the has to hold and it goes your way, yeah, that's like
Don't let go of that trade.
primo
Yeah,
primo
exactly.
primo price, you know. And the same rules apply. If it keeps going, you know, that's fine. You just keep your losses small. And when you get one that gives you 40 points on the ES, a little 5-point loss doesn't sting anymore after, when they happen. And on a day like this, you know, I would be a little more aggressive just because I think, George, by now I'm looking at my napkin over here. You got to be up at least 380 points or so on
Well,
NQ.
I was going to be 380, but it missed my exit, so it peeled back to like 310.
Oh, when I was talking about missing that target. Yep.
Yeah, this one because I was waiting for it. I had my
Yep.
exits just like 2 more points down. So yeah, it took my stop out back above the hurdle. So that's
You-
are you really going to complain about 310 points? No.
So you were just trying to show off anyway. I get it.
Exactly. That's what I do. All right. So timing wise here, folks, it's always a good thing to see where the markets are at. NQ is rather close to its aggressive. ES is much further away. Hence, it very likely will not, unless this thing slows down or this one speeds up. It likely will not use the aggressive this first go around on the NQ. Heads up. Yeah, any other questions we can chat about while we're waiting? Oh, and then I think Pavi, you're gonna join us later, correct, for our room recap?
I'm sorry, George. What was that?
Today's the day for the room recap. Sent you that invite. You're gonna join us for the
Yes,
room
sir.
recap. Okay.
Yes, sir. I'll be there.
Are we doing that at 4:30 today, Bob, or 4:45?
That's up to you guys. I'm free either one.
Okay. What works best for you, Pavi?
4 is fine.
4:30?
Yeah, 4:30, 4 o'clock is all good. Yeah,
Okay.
4:30 is fine.
Okay. I'll send you I'll send you a direct message when I have to go get my kids from school, but I'm usually here sometime between 4:30 and 4:45. So I'll send you a message.
Thank you, sir. No problem.
Thank you. This is why we don't chase. Let it come back to you.
Speaking of Pavi, he had a pretty good suggestion. You know, one of the things for me, as the owner of Blue Wave, George is my most valuable asset. And even though it's nice to have a small room where everybody can talk, I would like to obviously compensate George a little better. So we're trying to figure out a way to grow the room a little bit. And Pavi had some pretty wonderful ideas. And one of his suggestions was around 10:45, 11 o'clock, when George is already coming in to do his kind of midday wrap up for you guys. We're going to try streaming that to YouTube. That way, people that aren't in the room yet might get a little sneak peek on all the cool things that happened earlier in the day, and they might be able to see a couple of levels on the chart that still haven't played out. So we're going to try to commit to doing that just about every day. We're going to call it the midday update, maybe, and then we're still going to do the end of day recaps because I know a lot of the trade room guys love to see kind of, okay, the market played out. Now we have hindsight. What was George? What was his analysis of the day? So we'll keep doing those as well. Stream live to YouTube. If you're not already subscribed to our channel, that is a free way you can really, really, really help us out. Just subscribe to the channel and hit the little notification bell, and every time we go live, you'll get a little ting and come join us on our YouTube lives. So,
Yeah, the YouTube videos of the recap are super nice, even for people who aren't in our trade room. You can actually glean quite a bit off of it because we're showing levels and price. Like if I were to scrunch these charts back, you can see that we still had price and where the market was likely going to end up. It happens like overnight sometimes in the Globex. As a matter of fact, here I'm going to scrunch this one since we're on this topic and we're waiting. The ES, we talked about it for like 2 days. We kept saying like we're going to get a pullback to 77.25, 77.25, 77.25, and then boom, right there, 77.25. So it's funny because they happen on repeat. This one happened at midnight, right? So if you know this stuff, those videos, without even being in the trade room, can be extremely helpful. Because price is price. Here we go, right there. So it was posted that originally back on the 5th. So it's just one of those things. Price is king. We get some like elevator music in the background. Yep, these are great. Just kind of days where it's like, well, you've already done quite a lot in the morning. If the market just goes sideways at this point, there's no skin off our back. I hope it doesn't do that. I'd like to get one more entry. Well, it's almost 11 o'clock. Shockingly, it was a fast morning. So, yep, I guess that would be kind of what we're likely going to end up leaving you guys with, simply because you can't time the market. It'll do it in its own sweet time. Anybody got any questions? Anything else come through on YouTube? Questions? Are you just going to let this run for the rest of the day on YouTube, or what's the plan there?
Yeah, I could do that. I gotta step away for about an hour. So when I get back, if there's any comments, I'll try to answer them.
Okay. I think if I keep my charts right about there, that should certainly encapsulate the day. Because here's the other end of the coin, folks, is that we post a has to hold. It's not some arrogant statement that says the market will hold there. The meaning behind it is that it has to hold in order for them not to break structure. So if by some chance later in the afternoon, if they get down below that and they break it, we're just done. We're done for the day. We're not touching it anymore, especially given this time of day. If they would like start the morning off at 9:42 and they broke that, that's fine. That's a totally different thing because there's time for them to recover in the sense of remaking structure to give us where they're actually headed. So if anybody's watching this later, has to hold simply means it has to hold to keep structure. If they break structure at this point in the day, I'm not going to be here, so I can't show you where it's actually going to end up as a result. So the things to watch, of course, are 1, do we go there? 2, do we recover back above the aggressive? That's big picture thinking, which is funny because that's from 29,500 just back to the aggressive. That's a 125 point move just for the market to say, we're going to test it. We're going to see. So we'll go here, we'll go test. Either they break it or they don't. You don't have any control over it. So you take a little bit off. If you go from here to here, take a little off. And we use the core as, again, part of the sometimes conservative, sometimes aggressive entries and exits. And since the core is coming in right here at 609, I would tell everybody, again, I'm making assumptions at this point because we don't know if the market will get down here or not. We got to wait and see. But if it does, we would say as they're coming back up, you can use low mid as the slightly more conservative exit to the aggressive. Yeah, just wanted to clear that up. I guess we should lay out if they use the aggressive. Let's see here. So if they do end up using the aggressive and go from here, same thing, especially on the NQ. Flip to a 1-minute chart and see if you get the turn. Then the first conservative, or best, I should say, best place to take profit would be right here at the top of the 930 bar. So right around 730, 731. So if you do take this, I'm not in the room, and that's what ends up happening. Take some off here, and just take a little bit off, right? You got to leave some for the runners. Take some off here, see if we can go higher. High, mid, or previous target would be the next thing we're shooting for. So that'd be the next place to take a little bit off. And then after that, I kind of out of detailed information, but you could use the expected high as the next profit target. And if they push beyond that, then I mean, next major target up is way up here. Again, who knows if that's for today or not. This is a pretty slow moving market here, folks. But generally, that's kind of how I view it. I think about it in the sense of, if, let's just say right here, right now, if I was looking to buy it right here, right now, that means I'm saying to myself that I'm basically comfortable buying at 706. Okay. I'm not telling anybody to do that. Please don't, in fact. I'm just giving an example. And if I'm okay buying at 706, then wouldn't you be even happier buying at 627? It's just kind of how I view it. Like, I would so much rather buy it at a cheaper price than get all antsy about it and buy it like right here, right now. And then if it got all the way to the has to hold, I'm elated, right? I'm just beside myself excited to buy, because even if it breaks, even if this doesn't hold, then I don't have to risk very much. I don't have to take a huge loss. Like, that's it, folks. That's the end of the train tracks. Like, if it doesn't hold here, it's over. But it is the NQ. It can wick to some, obviously incredible degree sometimes. So same thing. I would flip to your 1-minute chart as it's nearing this level later in the day, if it even gets there, because we don't know, but it is price. So currently it is king. Doesn't matter what we think. So if it does get there, flip to your 1-minute chart and see if you get the turn. If you get the turn, man, game on. I got a little extra time today. I'll probably stick around for a bit, especially if somebody's got any questions. Love to answer some stuff if anybody's got anything. All right, got a little bit more info here. They've also placed a rubber band, so 42.75. So very close, almost nearly where they dipped it to this morning. So as a result of that, now you have three options for still going long, still aggressive. This would be a bit more of a nominal approach, and that's still the most conservative.
I have a question, George.
Good.
So I know that you don't specifically call out when to enter the trade. I totally understand that. How long do you think it'll take for someone joining the room to kind of start to figure out when to enter the trade? Just understanding how the system works, how the charts work, and how long do you think it'll take someone to kind of start figuring out when to enter the trade?
Sure. Can I just leave that up to you guys? Can somebody answer? I mean, maybe two or three of you answer, just real brief. Like, what did you feel like it took before? Because we have training sessions every Monday. So I'll let you guys, if somebody wouldn't mind just answering that on your own.
Mason, for me, it took George's one-on-one for me to outline basically like the two very best trades for what I'm looking for. And so once I did that, I was able to then outline that trade, and it didn't happen every day. But when it did happen, I was comfortable. Everything that we had gone over in our 1 hour was able to be played out within that trade. And then once I was able to execute that 20 times in a row, meaning not in a day, not in a week, just that trade, that setup, when it was outlined with the signpost, and I was able to then follow what we went over in our 1 hour and put that trade on, and then, consult the feelings of that trade afterwards. It allowed me to have the confidence to just place that trade like, just like I'm hopping in my car and I'm driving to the bank, no big deal. And that one trade is the one. So when you say like time, there was no time to it as far as how long it took. Just for my process, it took confidence with George, and then, putting it on 20 times without fail, charting that or kind of consulting that in a journal. And then now it's just automatic.
Yep. Winner, loss. He doesn't matter. It's exactly. Did he put the trade on where he was supposed to, when he was supposed to? Because you can't time the market, to his point. You don't know when that trade's necessarily going to happen.
But like before the one-on-one, Mason, like, no, I was like, there were so many signposts on this road. I was like, I am freaking out. But once I did my one-on-one and narrowed things down to that one trade and a second trade, now I've been able to expand into two or three other trade setups. So there's probably four in my arsenal, but the first two are still my favorite.
Yeah, we all start with everybody at two that you're looking for specifically. Get comfortable with them. Some days they come up, some days they do not. But they're the highest probability that whether they hit that specific spot and then have the massive like run, that's one thing, versus does it hit that spot and give you some profit. So we start with those and then we work our way up from there.
This is a Big Chief. I can share for myself. I am a bright and shiny object type person. So having all these different places to enter and exit and whatnot had my brain really fired up. But what really helped was they have in Blue Wave that George and Bob put together some videos on how to actually trade the various decision points, right? Has to hold decision. What do the bubbles mean? What, the two blue and the green, how to interact with that. And so from those videos, then And also with some of Bob's teaching, about sizing a little bit because I was a little oversized. So just kind of bringing that down, and just like Ryan said, it wasn't necessarily a time frame or time period that things began to click for me, but over time of practice, and just paying attention to what happens in the market, and with George and Bob kind of, talking through things on a daily basis, I develop different strategies off of each one that I like, and I try to limit my losses, and so far it's been working because I can then. Before I used to take great 3 points was good for me. Now I look for 10, as my minimum. So and working on, letting the runners go to 300 points. I had a 203-point MQ trade the other day. So just working through that. But that's everybody has their own time limit of how they learn and process things. But for me, it was the videos that they put together, and I could watch those and stop them and go back and go, what did they say? What do they mean? And then taking that information and applying it to the daily trade room. So that's what worked for me.
Because you're down to how many entries on average per day now?
No more than 3 trades. Sometimes it's just one. If I have a winner and it's 10 points, hey, you know what? Happy with that. Nobody's going to be unhappy going home green, right?
Nope.
So,
yeah, 10 points on the ES, man. That's no small task.
So, and the other thing, I think Ryan would probably agree with me, is learning patience. So that when FOMO, like I came in really late, so I didn't hear anything. I was like, oh man, I missed that trade. But before, I might have reacted to FOMO and chase something, which talk about, today. Don't chase, because when you chase, then it actually takes your money. So I've learned, to be a lot more patient, uh, more relaxed in my trading, and because I have developed trade plans around the different points that you offer us, as
Mhm.
far as where decisions are made. I developed trade plans on that if the trade doesn't work, that was my trade plan, and so I stick to it, and so that the percentages are very good on my wins, and just keep those losses to a minimum.
But real quick, I know there's not, you both have said kind of something similar, like there's no exact time, but if you had to say how long did it take, seeing what we post day in and day out, that you finally got comfortable saying, I can start to lean and trust on the information?
I mean, I would say 3 months is a good number. I mean, if you're not an experienced trader and you really don't know, you need
Mhm.
to you need to watch the videos. You need to learn, and like Bobby said, you need to practice and replay,
Yep,
and
replay. Yep.
and, and just develop. Like you mentioned before, maybe the two spots that you get comfortable with, and you develop a trade plan off of that fits whatever you're trying to do, whatever your account size is, or whether you're doing props or whatever that is. Just, learning patience takes a while, I think, for me anyhow.
That's the hardest one, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Let it come to
So,
you. If it doesn't come to you, like right now, it's moving up. I'm not ignorant. Fine. If it just keeps going, so be it. I'm not having FOMO. I don't care. Let it go up. Why? Because there's not any longer, at least not yet. There's not a system. There's not something in place that we can lean on as a repeatable process day in and day out, day in and day out. That's what we want to get to. Not every trade, not every swing, not every candle. It's like, no, we're the good ones. Take that one.
yeah, but I mean, the patience part for me, I didn't take a trade today because I came in late and I was just distracted a little bit by work. So why would I give back the fantastic green week I've had
Right.
by
That was
chasing
Pavi's question from yesterday. In fact, we were talking about something as it was like pushing above one of our rubber bands. And he's like, well, can you take the rubber band, retest to the upside? I'm like, let's talk about it. It depends. Is it your first trade of the day? Are you already in profit? Right, exactly. It's like, it's not just this cut and dry, yes, everybody should get in here. Doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't. And so if you're not part of the trade room, you guys, I mean, I've been in other courses and whatnot. This is the best place right here. So you guys need to consider take. You guys offer what, the 1 week free trial or
Yeah,
whatever,
1 week free trial. Yep.
and you can be in for a whole week and see and watch and listen to us, talk about this, that, and the other thing, and learn, and then if you want to do trading, this is the place, man.
And to what Big Chief said too, it's in our, can you pop it up in the chat, Bob? It's the course. We offer a free course. So you can take that, nothing, no charge. Just take it, view it, watch it all. And what Big Chief was saying, you'll start to understand that like the market does have structure, and we point out exactly how to enter and exit that structure.
Awesome, thanks. Been very helpful.
Thank you, Bob.
No,
So right there in the general chat, he just put up in the chat window. You can click on that at some point.
And we put it in
Right,
YouTube
right,
as well.
thanks.
Any other questions, Mason?
No, I definitely am looking forward to kind of join the trade room. I have the Age Max, but I think I'm looking for something that will build my discretionary or trading style. So I'm planning on that. Join the trading room. I think that's what I need.
Okay.
I'm
Do
hearing
you kind of come from a world like
go ahead.
scalping or like holding for positions? What's your preference?
Scalping, because
Okay.
yeah, I'm trading and kind of sort of working. So I just want to trade in the morning, maybe for the hour or two. So scalp a little bit, get maybe just a token points. I'm just talking dollars, but good for maybe 10 points or so, 10, 15 points a day and call it a day. But sometimes it's like it could be a ton of trades, and that's mentally draining sometimes.
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of the trade. That's the 1 hour session I do with everybody. It is to start with 2. You only get 2 entries. And if you've got Edge Max, then that's a huge bonus because you can put that into your journal and under your what do you call it, Bob? Playbook.
Yep.
So you can put that in your playbook. And what's really fascinating about that is like you are now your own critic, which is great because if you entered anywhere else and you'd have no tab to click on your playbook, then you already know what's wrong.
You just guessing.
There's nothing in my playbook. Yeah, exactly. Like you could put that in the tab. I guessed.
I actually was joking with George in my test account. I have a playbook called gambling, meaning there wasn't really a reason to take the trade. I just felt like I needed to take a trade. That was me 2 years ago.
Right.
Like this will be fun. This should totally work out.
Yeah, it's me sometimes.
And the thing is, honestly, you can put a custom tag in your performance lab, and you can do that. You can say, well, I was just kind of guessing here, and at the end of the month, you can go see if that helped you or hurt you, and you'll probably have the answer you need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now I'm currently mainly doing micros, and
Love it.
I'm listening, and most of the guys here are trading full contracts. Like George, do you trade full contracts? That's kind of like
not on the
get it to
NQ.
me.
No,
Okay.
definitely not on the NQ. Nope.
What now? Let me clarify that. What you're seeing on the screen is the full contract, but most of the people in our room are actually trade copying down to a micro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say almost everybody.
Almost everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Myself included. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't play on the NQ in full contracts either. Absolutely not.
Okay.
I have to be able to give, like Bob said, like 30-point wicks, and I'm like, I'm not taking that kind of heat.
Yeah.
And we like to be able to scale out too. And sometimes if
Mhm.
you get in at the has to hold, which is the best price down below for a long, you're going to want to scale out at like the decision point if there's a hurdle that day, and then target 1, 2, and maybe 3. So if you have
Yep.
one mini, there's just no way to take it that long. So
Well, yes, that's correct. Minis can, definitely hurt you if it goes the other way. But what you just said was really important. Learning where to take profit is one of the best things about the room. You learn, if you're in a trade, where do I get out? Right? Do I before I had a tendency to get out too soon. Now I'm being more patient and learning, okay, this is where I'm supposed to get out and let my trade work.
Yeah. So you said you have EdgeMax, Mason.
Yes.
So apologize, guys, real quick. I'm just gonna drag this thing over here. So you know that Bob built this thing in. I'm sure you've probably seen it already. So if you did like a drop-in buy or something, you can hit that plan button. And like to Big Chief's point, like we already lay it out. We're already telling you where to get out. There's already bubbles, hurdles, something, right? You can just drag those things to like, okay, well, if it gets in here, then I want that many contracts out here. I want that many contracts out here. I want that many contracts out here. And that's my stop loss. There's my plan. Make $2,000 or lose 270. Okay. And do nothing else after that. You're done.
Yeah, yeah, I do like that feature.
That's so crazy cool. That's awesome.
Works fantastic with the buy low, sell high, or the other direction of sell high, buy low type of deal. So,
Yeah, I mean, we could literally plan this thing out at the moment based on the information that we do have. So, like, this is the ES, for instance. So you got aggressive down here at, what we say, 55. So you could, I got all the time in the world right now. I can just do this right now. Like, okay, well, let's first 55. I don't want to be perfect, so we'll get in at 56. Great. Where would I logically take my exit? Well, let's see. We have previous expected high and rubber band. We've got these targets, which we're still in the midst of. So here's our current targets. So you just start dropping them in right there. Can't actually see my screen here. Hang on. Okay, so 71, 78, 86, and 91. There you go. So I get in there, 71. We don't want to be perfect. We're going to out at 70, 86. So we'll get out 85 and 91. So we'll get out at 90. There you go. Make 1,080 or lose 270. Ta-da. RR of 4. That's worth the trade.
And then you can be like George and you can say, go, baby, go.
Yeah. Or this time of day, just set the trade and walk away. Like, it's either going to do it or it's not going to do it. We have no control over it. But that comes with experience in the room and seeing these levels posted over and over and over and over and over again, to the point that now you're like, man, I really can lean on these things. Otherwise, you shouldn't trust me at all. Not yet.
Basically, the hardest thing you're gonna have is getting out your bad habits. That's the worst part of it. If you can shake off your bad habits, the sooner you can shake them off, the more profitable you'll be and stay profitable.
Yep.
Yeah, hey.
And too, if you've traded like 4 or 5 times in one session, I can't stop you from trading, right? But that's a pretty red flag in our room. Now, the only time it's not a red flag is if you're still obeying all the rules. The market just happens to keep coming back to some key level and picking you up again, and you took it off at the next key level. And it just, again, we don't have that kind of control of the market, but we know the levels. So if it starts bouncing between decision point and hurdle, and what Bob said earlier today, he's seen it do it, and I have too, many times in a row. Like, that's a little different. But I would of course just be aware that, like, already, like this morning, whatever it was, like 200 and some odd points in the NQ in a matter of like 15 minutes. I'm not going to size up, right? Like, that's a really good win. So I'll just stay where I'm at. And if I lose, I lose. I'm only going to lose 10 points, 15 points, but that's okay. I think I'm just going to leave that trade sitting over there on my edge max. We'll see what happens. Yep. If it just goes, man, it just kind of go. That's okay. Take the logical ones. '87 rubber band, so same thing. Nothing's changed with regard to the ES. Okay. Again, they certainly did push beyond our miner has to hold more than I would like, but they did keep it in range. So these targets are all still valid. Breaking the rubber band, still very telling, because that'll push us outside of our series. But just don't forget, you got 91 as your first target of this next very, very big series. And then again, if they just so choose to get here today, that would just be amazing. But 825, we've been talking about it for days here, folks. Still there, still lingering. This is exactly what I thought they were going to do at the start of the morning. I was telling Bob, I'm like, man, I hope we get some kind of pullback. I just so fearful that it was just going to do this. Just do this mean, slow grind to the top side. So thank you to the market for giving some pullback, good entries. And yeah, there's not much else to say on the NQ. We got targets posted. I don't see they haven't posted or created any additional targets. I will double check myself. Of course, they did make a high here on the news report. So, as with, it's just typical, they will have to naturally break that in order to get themselves into anything substantial. So you can use that as a pretty major deciding point. So that's step one. And then after that, you're going to have to just lean on the core for targets because they're not providing any more info. So yeah, we got high, mid, 2 above us, and then first targets up here at 30,073. And then it just kind of goes dark after that because the distance again between second target and rubber band is that's no joke, man. If you hold for that, please take a screenshot. I want to see that. Yeah, even that being said, we can have projections. We know where the market's intending to go based on price action and just technical analysis. But when they get so big, right? It's not necessary that you take what do I say, Ryan?
We're talking about like a big move. Like, are we saying
Yeah.
like that's your you know, that like something about the market, like where that move's not for you?
Oh yeah,
Can't
that's
remember.
it. Yeah, I was like, it's not every market move is for the retail trader. They'll still do it, but they know that no one's going to hold for that. So they should give us a hurdle. Here we go. Well, here's something we can lean on. 894. Really? That's odd. It's not very far off. All right. Nevertheless, here it is. So 894 would be the next kind of hurdle, as we call it, to the top side. So they have to push through that guy. That's interesting. We don't get that too often where they're so tightly placed together, but there you have it. See if we can find the ES hurdle. It's another huge benefit of posting stuff ahead of time. Like you got time to consider your trade. And there's no hurdle on the ES, so it's really just a matter of first target on to the next series. So this is something we teach, and you get better and better at it with like training sessions. But when the market sets out a plan to go to a new series, first target's all they technically have to do. Second target is something that they're really wanting to. That's why they formed the structure to begin with. They want to get to second target. But that doesn't stop them from just going to first target and saying, yeah, we're good. We're done. And then rubber band is like altogether a totally different thing we go over at length in our training sessions. I'll double check this NQ hurdle. I feel like something's amiss. That's way too close. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You start to get a feel for some of the nuance of the markets. That's just weird. Yeah. Yep. Here it is. I thought that was odd. Hurdle's at 956. That's better. That's much better. And we never got our pullback. Not the second time around, at least. Got our first pullback in the US, and then here we are in a grinding market. But it's the beauty again, you know where they're going. That's the bigger thing to really take away. Because everybody else is just trying to get 5 points, X number of ticks, take the NQ for 10 points. Like, but it's going to go like 190. Like, why are you getting out at 10?
When you're doing the fake YouTube stuff, 10 on a mini looks great.
Right.
It's basically what it is. But the problem is, if you're only making 10, you can only give it 10 on your stop loss. You don't get to see those very
Right.
often.
Yeah, not a lot of posts of those, right?
Nope.
How'd the EdgeMax stuff go this morning?
Not too bad. I was a little late getting started. I had to switch back to my other computer. We just pulled up a couple things, showed real quick. I mean, wasn't time for a demo or anything, but just brought EdgeMax on the
Sure.
screen, showed kind of how it connects to Performance Lab, and also the Command Center, how you can control NinjaTrader from your phone if you're not in front of your trading computer, which is pretty cool.
Oh, isn't there an app? Were you sending me an app? I forget.
Yeah, if you go to the website on your phone, if your iPhone, you have to do it
Um,
in Safari, but if you go to Safari, which most people don't use by default, it should pop up and say, would you like to install this as an app? And
oh,
if you do that, it'll actually send you a summary at the end of the day. It'll say, by the way, you traded this many times and here was your result. It'll also send you a summary, I believe, in Sunday afternoon of how your week went. And if you're an auto trader kind of person, it will actually ping you and say, hey, your strategy just took a trade. You might want to go take a peek at it or at least monitor it. But you literally can click flatten all from that phone and it will flatten that strategy that you have in EdgeMax. And that's even if you're in a manual trade. Let's say you place a trade and you have to leave for some reason and you just happen to look down at your phone and see the chart's way up or something and you haven't gotten that closed yet, that notification that says, hey, your profit target was hit, you might just want to flatten all. You can literally do that from your phone. So it's pretty cool stuff. Nobody else on the planet has figured that out yet, so we're
Bob,
yeah.
is that included in EdgeMax or
Yes.
is that a separate thing?
So the command center part is included in EdgeMax. It's only the performance lab that's a little bit of an extra charge, but the command center itself is part of the EdgeMax license.
Got it, Bob. I would probably, bother you after the recap, and I'll start my trial from Monday, so we
Sounds
can,
good.
I can look at it because that I forgot about that thing. That is so cool. I wanna. So is those the mobile thing? I can only watch the trades taken by EdgeMax, or I can monitor other accounts also.
Just EdgeMax.
Okay.
all
Time
right,
to s-
folks, we just hit the rubber band on the ES. So
Oh.
here's how it works. They now have to prove that they can go back below either target 1 or target 2. If they cannot, we're going to carry on. Certainly to the 91. Anything past that's, again, it's big. So feel free to hold because they have not given any additional indication that they have anything in between here. So
And that rubber band is actually a short trade. We got Big Chief loves taking rubber band trades, but it's basically a counter
Yep.
trend. So it's going up, 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 and you can take a short at the rubber band, and your first target would be the bubble before it. So it almost touched it. It was
Yep.
really close. So that was
Yep.
very quietly in a little 10-minute span, a nice 5, 6, 7 point trade.
that's again the beauty of having the information way out in advance because you know the price. That's forget the time. You know price. You know that if it reaches a certain price, you have certain interactions with the market, whether that be entering or exiting. But yeah. All right. I'm in the command center on my phone. What's it going to send me?
So if you have EdgeMax running right now, you should see it right there. You should see a
I do
strategy.
have it running.
Cool. If next time you take or close a trade,
Mhm.
It should ping that app now. Did it come up and ask you to install as an app or something along those
No, that's what
lines?
I guess that's what I was referencing. I didn't see that come up.
Okay. I'm not an iPhone guy, so I will have
Okay.
to
Okay.
figure out how, on Android it just pops up and says, "Hey, by the way, this is an app. You might want to install it." There might be an extra step on iPhone. I will figure
Yeah,
that out.
Bob runs the tech side. For anybody who's interested, don't ask me any tech questions because I have no answers ever. So cool, man. This is awesome. So yeah, again, going back to the ES here, you'll get your hints here, and how slow the market's moving. You've got plenty of time to flip over to a 1 minute chart and see as it reaches each one of these prices, do they turn and confirm back the other direction? That's it. That's your entry. And you're just targeting the stuff that we've already put out there to target. I'll probably be here for like another 10 minutes. So if you guys have anything, please let me know.
Okay, I had to take off myself, but I'll check back in on the stream as soon as I get back to my desk. Thanks, everybody.
Well, thanks, Bob. All right, last call for anything. Anybody need anything? Awesome. Watch charts and yeah, don't get FOMO. Don't overtrade. We'll see you guys on Monday. Yep, you're welcome, Dennis.
Manual, but I'll go back and look in the video from your recording on your training on Wednesday. But that's all I was looking for, Bob.
Bye.